hospital office. Okay. So we are gonna have to do the walk again. And see the cutscene with Vincent. That's fine. Oh. I didn't realize this yesterday that we had this in the inventory. It has an odd design inscribed on it like I'd after I defeated Leonard. Leonard. Yeah, so we just gotta run back to the motel and afterwards run to the amusement park.
Why did you send her to my father?
Was that wrong?
It's your fault that he...
Oh, but surely it's a good thing. It means he was one of God's beloved, no?
Those who mock God will never receive salvation. You'll go to hell, Vincent. You'll never feel the joy of God's everlasting paradise.
And you think God is going to save you? Ha!
What do you know anyway?
I know about the pleasures of this world. And I want to find my happiness while I'm still here. You hated your father, didn't you? I saw the way he hit you, and kicked you, and made you cry. The memory of his cruelty is forever burned into my mind.
Yes, and that's why we need God.
What you call faith is nothing more than a child crying out for love. That's why you're all alone.
You don't understand. None of you do.
Yeah, now we're gonna run back to the motel. Man. Now I have the song stuck in my head from the intro. But you know, I wonder what people would say if you played that song to them without them knowing what game it's from or what the game's about. I wonder what they would say to it, like, oh, what is this from, like a, I don't know, a romantic game or romantic movie? Romance movie? Then yeah, you just shows up this game. Or the game that it's from. And show him all these creatures from hell and that creepy hospital we were in last night. And just like that, we're already here. I'll find my room again.
Where's Douglas?
He went out. But he left a message for you.
Was there someone else here just now?
No, just me. Don't you want to know what the message is?
Yeah, what did he say?
The church is on the other side of the lake.
Church? Wonder what he meant by that.
You don't understand? That's where Claudia is. Across the lake. On the north side. If you're going, you better go through the amusement park. It's probably the only way in now. Go northwest on Nathan Avenue. It's a bit far, but closer than heaven.
Is that it for the message?
Uh-huh.
Thanks. Douglas really said that?
What's wrong? You don't trust me?
Definitely not. Really should go to the amusement. Let's go. I can fight my way out of the motel again. There we go. Oh shit, it's him. It's Mr. Junior with the raid. Appreciate the raid, good sir. Hope The Last of Us went well. And the stream too. Junior raid. Very Pock. Epoch. That's very Pock indeed. Good old Mr. Junior raid. Hello, boss. The boss has arrived from the Junior raid. Just in time. Just about to get to the amusement park. Yo, boss. We're gonna go see our friend Robbie again. The amusement park.
Oh, hell.
Man, the further you get into this game, great. Her reactions to everything. I said that last night too, but yeah, she's just so fucking done with everything. She sounds so done with it at this point. Oh, hell, not again. Come on, man. You know, this is also how the game starts off. And, well, if you die in the intro, then yeah, that's basically how the game begins, I guess. But I wonder what happens if you don't die in the beginning of the game. Maybe you're just forced to, because maybe... Oh yeah, you probably are forced to die. Probably need this. Or something. Yeah, probably. Junior Ray, and there he is. The man himself. Mr. Junior. The body inside this box thing. There's nothing interesting here. Oh. I didn't get that last thing. It's because I had a friend. Robbie. Robbie had too many pizzas. Man, I really wish I had the map of this place, because Jesus Christ. This whole area here is so hectic. There's so many enemies and everything is so dark. I don't think we have that much shotgun ammo, right? No. Kinda don't really have a lot of a lot of ammo in general. Yeah, all of this is... Besides the gift shop, it's the only thing that's not locked. The rabbit stuffed animal here. The cookies and candies. We don't need any of that right now. Why not? You could eat a cookie to heal yourself up. Or a tea, sure, I don't need anything here. Friend Robbie. There's a rub stuffed animal here. Place like this, it's more creepy than it's cute. Lots of different things, but there's really nothing I need. Loud noises. Man, it's so strange there's nothing in here. You can kind of just... yeah, wander around the gift shop and look at things. Can't even hit the gacha machine. Bunch of toys on display, there's nothing unusual here. Can't even give that a few spins. No, I guess there was something after all. That was an Omega heal. Is that really it though? Just that? That's so strange though. That it's just that one thing. left. Oh, oh, come on. Now this place is even more hectic. And it's so fucking dark, but there's not really many places we could go. There is the roller coaster ride thing. Wait, but that was locked. I don't think I went down this way though. Oh, is this the roller coaster? Wait, I think this is the roller coaster. See what I mean? This place is so fucking hectic. The monster sounds. Yeah, this is the roller coaster. Wait, we need some sort of key for this. Oh, can I just go this way? Oh, I can just go that way. Okay. I didn't try that last night because, man, I was too tired at that point. I didn't even notice that. Where the roller coaster? Yeah. What the hell is that? Jesus. Oh my god. I'll fall off now. Oh. We're gonna get run over. What? Wait, did she actually die from that? Oh wow. That is actually a dev screen. Holy shit, alright. I did not expect that. I wonder if that's timed. If I'm just supposed to be faster. Oh, yeah, we need a key for the control center. I have absolutely no idea where we would find a key, though. Let's try and explore more over there, though. Not go to the roller coaster right away. I don't really think there's that much, though, that we can explore. Get back inside. Wait a second, then maybe they'll move away the enemies. I was too slow. I kept bumping into the railing. Oh, they're still here? Yeah. Please. We got past them smoothly this time. So here, I'm pretty sure I can only run in a straight line. There isn't really many other options for exploration. Now what about here? Yeah, no. It's locked. I mean, I assume we probably have to turn that off. To not get run over. We can't use that here. Oh, what is cracks? Use the perfume, Cheryl. That'll make you immune to the roller coaster. Can I go down here? Jesus. At least you don't have to hear the monster sound. Yeah, we don't really have a map to look at. I mean, I didn't check every door back there, so I mean, I guess maybe one of them could be open now. So I kind of doubt that, but I guess it's worth a try. I mean, yeah, because it just says it's locked, so it's like either to a hint that we're gonna unlock it later, or we need a key for it. Oh, you got knocked over from that? What the? Oh, you saying what the to that one? You didn't say it to the one from earlier. Bag off, demon. Oh, but you can hit me from here. Nothing down there, apparently. Ow. Ow. I can't squeeze through that? Come on. Yeah, no, everything is still locked here. Do you have a key on you? I accidentally skipped the last thing again. God damn it. I think it should, but as far as I'm right, I don't think I'll be having any. Then again, I wouldn't eat anything else here either. Hey man, popcorn is popcorn. You don't have a key on you either, friend? No? But I can't bring this with me. Well, what do you mean? You can totally fit that in your pocket. What are you talking about, Cheryl? Just take a picture of it with your brain. Photographic memory. Why are you camping the door? Is that a door? Oh, but no, there's debris in the way. How is there nothing in here? That really bothers me. That there's only one heal. One omega heal. And that. Oh wait, is that beef jerky? Oh my god. Well then there's two things here, beef jerky and an omega heal. What's the beef jerky gonna do for me in this situation? Oh, there's a save point. How did I not see that save point? Oh, I don't want to save. Oh, is it right here? Oh, there you go. Roller coaster key. There was a cookie tin, but there was never anything in it but a key. Oh, I see. So that's what that loud noise is. It's these cookie things or bins rolling over to reveal the key. No wonder I always missed it. Yeah, I thought it was so weird. There's nothing in here. Like, nothing really of significance. Ah, there we go. There we go. Now we can go turn off the roller coaster. Alright. How perfect. They're on that side. Mountain coaster. Stop looking at the side. Go for the door. What? Oh my, you asshole. Oh my, you really had to do that? Fly up and hit me 3 times? Okay, I see how it is. Nah, I went out on red health, it's fine. What the hell is this? I feel like I catch something nasty if I touch it. I really better not mess with it. Not that I especially want to. Health drink. Oh. I don't know how to make it work though. There's a power switch on the left hand side. This looks like a roller coaster control panel. And left on. You turn it off? Yes. Must be some gadget to control a roller coaster. I don't know how to make it work though. Alright, well, let's hope that's enough. Hopefully we won't get run over this time. Ugh, some peace and quiet. Wait, how did you fall down that time? Well played, Cheryl. Was I really that close to the edge? I guess. God damn. Let's try that again. And let's not get hit 3 times by the mosquito of hell this time. As long as he only hits me once, I'm okay. It doesn't fucking wombo combo me. Oh, right, there's no loading screen. What the hell? Alright, let's not fall off this time. I really didn't think I was that close to the edge. That was weird. Jeez. Already almost fell off here. Are you serious? I'm holding back on the D-pad. How are you falling off? Hardest boss of the whole game. Walking on the roller coaster track. What in the world? We did it so smoothly the first time. Really? You just had to hit me before I clicked on the door. Aye, third time's the charm, right? Then before this is just all for nothing on the roller coaster is still somehow magically gonna kill me anyways. We're just gonna take it nice and slow now, I guess. Hopefully I don't have to run from any creature on the roller coaster track, because if that's the case, we're fucked. Gotta like fall off immediately. Take it nice and slow. There we go. Oh god. You would have fallen right there after all that. Jesus. Are we cool? We're not gonna die this time. Wait, it got turned on anyways. What? Excuse me? Don't tell me I was too slow now. Oh, she jumped out the way this time though. Fucking faulty equipment. Turned it off, but it turned on anyways.
I hired you to find the girl, and you performed serviceably. What is it now?
You lied to me about Heather, lady. I don't like being used.
Lie? What lie?
That Heather was kidnapped from you.
But it's true. She was originally one of us. That man, Harry Mason, stole her away and kept her hidden from us.
Yeah, but she says she was happy.
She was brainwashed by him, deceived, because her true self had not yet awoken. She carries God within her. But when a lesser, Mother of God, truly awakens,
Yeah? What's gonna happen?
she will usher in the eternal paradise.
What kind of place is that?
A place with no pain, no hunger, no sickness, no old age. There will be no greed or war, and all will live by God's grace alone.
No this, no that, no nothing. A paradise? For castrated sheep, maybe. Sounds pretty boring.
I pity you. You still don't understand. You're going to kill me? Is it really so easy for you?
I've done it before.
Then I truly do pity you.
What the hell? What? How did she land on that without breaking every bone in her body? It sounded like it was made out of metal. Is it angel farm time? What's going on? Nothing written on it. Are we supposed to have the right wait time on it or something? This is a haunted house. It is a really haunted mansion. Yep. They point. Haunted mansion entrance. No one in line. If you have a weak heart or may be pregnant, please refrain from entering. Any children at the age of 8 must be accompanied by an adult. Just your typical warning on the ride. Nothing to worry about, I guess. Yeah, you're not pregnant or anything, Cheryl? Or whatever else it said. It's surgery or something.
Welcome to the Borley Haunted Mansion. We're so glad you came. Please come inside and look around. When you feel you're ready, then go through the door.
Let's do it. What you got for us?
Help! Help!
What the fuck? It's a crime scene.
Do you hear those voices? A family of 4 was sliced into bloody pieces in this room. Ah, the cries of the children.
What the fuck?
The murderer was caught. Do you know why he said he killed his family?
What happened?
Because I felt I had to! Anyway, I'm lying. It's all just a joke. I wanted to scare you, that's all. The truth is, only one person died. By suicide.
Yo, what the fuck? That was cool. What a fucked up thing to happen to a haunted house, a crime scene. Who was it? Who hanged himself? That whole family murder thing was just made up. If that's true, how do you explain all the blood in this room? Could it be that guy who committed suicide really did kill a bunch of people? How could I be so stupid? This is a haunted mansion, of course it's all made up. What was I thinking anyway? Silly Cheryl. Help. Old man. Any last words, old timer? What the hell?
That's Danny.
Hi,
A
Danny.
quiet young man, but quite friendly as you can see. He was so eager to meet you. His hometown is New Orleans, but he came here after first losing his way. Oh, maybe you might know. Where is the path to heaven?
Fuck this area in particular. Why? What's over this area? This area seems really cool so far. I like the whole haunted house theme. Jeez, it's real. This is a real dead body hanging here. I don't think they meant for this to be part of the attractions. Would have done this. Wait, why'd you have to do it 5 times? What? What went wrong? Just a doll sitting in a chair. Hey, anyways, blocking the way. It's all red and disgusting. I don't want to get any closer to it. Whoever it was, I feel sorry for them. You were fucked. Was it like a boss fight or something? I'm guessing maybe.
This mansion is quite old, so please watch your step. Sometimes the floor suddenly gives way, and beneath the floor, there's nothing.
No, is that the reason? Because the floor collapses? The door should tight, it won't open at all. And you can't go back and save. I see. Well, if that is the case, that the floor randomly collapses if you make one wrong move, that's pretty monkish. Take it nice and slow. Real nice and slow. Why is it wet right there? A bit concerning. Wait, actually, hold on a second. Just in case, let me unequip the shotgun. Just in case it adds weight. That camera change. Oh, are they gonna start going down?
I'm so sorry. This place is just falling apart. The mechanism is broken, you see.
Yeah, you might want to do some
It wasn't
maintenance.
supposed to stop there, I assure you.
Might want to do some maintenance on the place, sir.
There's the exit. I hope you enjoyed your tour. Please come back anytime. Or if you'd prefer, we could come and visit you instead.
No, I'm good, man. I'll come back when I want to.
That was supposed to be the exit, but it seems that no one wants you to leave. Everyone really likes you. They want you to stay with them forever. I have to agree with them. Don't be afraid. Dying is much easier.
No, the red light. Anything but the red light. Cheryl forgot her sunglasses. Exactly. Your voices, not the red lights. They made the voices reappear, no. Let me just unequip the shotgun again just in case. I think that red light came from the window.
Welcome to the Borley Haunted Mansion.
Thanks, man.
We're so glad.
I don't think it came from behind. I think it was from the window.
Help! Help!
Oh, that's nice. You don't have to sit through all that again, at least.
That's Danny.
Bye, Danny.
This mansion is quite old, so please watch your step. Sometimes the floor suddenly gives way, and beneath the floor, there's nothing.
I don't know if I have to actually take it slow here. I probably have to. Otherwise, why would he say that? Maybe it's just to scare you.
I'm so sorry. This place is just falling apart. The mechanism is broken, you see. It wasn't supposed to stop there, I assure you.
Yeah, let me see. What happens if I wait here?
That was supposed to be the exit, but it seems that no one wants you to leave.
Is the red light gonna show up and kill me?
Likes you. They want you to stay with
I
them.
think it is from the window that was at the end of the hall.
I have to agree with them. Don't be afraid. Dying is much easier than living.
Yeah, just from the window. Unless it shows up here. Oh, yeah, it's just up behind her. Of course. Of course it's locked. I shouldn't have clicked on it. Should have known. Should have known they would have put a lock door there to mess with you. Nope. I didn't mean to save again. That with the shotgun.
Welcome to the Borley Haunted Mansion.
Really nice you can just run through all this. They don't make you sit for the dialogue again. Although this one is really cool.
Do you hear those
With the lightning strike, and then you see the hanged person through the windows. Ah.
Danny. This mansion is quite old, so please watch your step. Sometimes the floor suddenly gives way, and beneath the floor, there's nothing. I'm so sorry. This place is just falling apart. The mechanism is broken, you see. It wasn't supposed to stop there, I assure you.
It was supposed to murder you. Murder. There has been a murderer.
That was supposed to be the exit. But it seems
Fred.
that no one wants you to leave.
Uncle Run.
Everyone really likes you.
Oh god.
They want you to stay with them forever. I have to agree with them. Don't be afraid. Dying is much easier.
Yeah, it's right at the end where they put the fake door. Of course. Fake door, lock the door. Are we still running? Oh, we're still fucking running, I see. We made it. Dang. I can't see shit, Chief. It's so fucking dark. Hello, doggy. Oh, hey, man. What? I didn't read it. Get on the thing. Get on the Ferris wheel. Oh, whatever this is called again. The spin thing. Oh, I can't even get behind that. Sometimes I'm playing around with stuff like this. What's the health at? Pretty low. Supposed to be open right now. Could it be rusted? I'm not strong enough. I wish I could have time to read that. Oh, never mind. I have to go through this gate. Robbie. That'd be cool. We get some time to chill. So hectic these areas. Your risk is pretty good now, Pog. I mean, you have been playing him a lot lately. That's good to hear. You've improved him a lot. You've mastered Mr. Wesker. Well, I have some kind of musical kits. Time for the 1v1. That a shoe? A shoe on the stage? Got a red shoe. What? The hell am I gonna do with a red shoe? One shoe, blood red. It was above the stage. Too small for me to wear. Not that I want to. Hold on. I wonder if this will help. Kinda did? A little bit? I don't know. These amusement park areas are so fucking dark though. It's about Dawn the duck, one of the best park's mascots. But there's a lot of information that I really don't need right now. Got a chain? I did not see that at all. Oh. About Robbie the Rabbit, one of the park's mascots. But that's all information I don't need right now. It hooks on both ends. Looks pretty sturdy anyway. Are we gonna use that on the dome? What about the shoe though? Where am I? I think I'm just going back now. Oh, is this another stage? Where am I now? Oh no, okay, now I can read this. Doesn't seem to be like, but it could be rusted. I'm not strong enough to budge it no matter how much I pull. Got to be away. No monsters here now, so now I can actually go around and look stuff. Guessing we put the chain on the gate and then on this thing. That should change to the door handle. This half is fine, but I do something with the other half though. Oh, this right here. Attach the chain to the column. Spin that shit. I was expecting it to come flying off the handles, but no.
Douglas,
You're late.
are you hurt?
I can't move my right leg. I think it's broken.
I'll call an ambulance.
What? I don't think one will come. Don't worry. I'm used to it.
You old fool! Getting yourself hurt like that?
Sorry.
Why did you have to do that for me? What'll I do if you die?
What'll we do if this god thing gets born?
Come on. How powerful could a god from a dump like this be? I'm sure it'll be no big deal.
Yeah, but anyway, something's gonna happen.
Who knows? Maybe it'd all be better off if it did.
But if this is how a god of mercy acts, I don't want to see any more of him. That's a pretty good reason to risk my life, don't you think? Plus, I'm just an old fool, right?
You think you're Superman or something?
You know, I always wanted to be him. Besides,
Yeah.
I want to help you out.
You don't have to feel responsible. I know it's not your fault.
You remind me of my son.
You said nobody was going to cry for you.
Dead people don't cry. Stupid kid got himself shot robbing a bank.
But why?
Maybe because his pop was a penniless good-for-nothing. Who knows? Anyway, now I guess I'll never find out. Sorry. I shouldn't have said you reminded me of a guy like you.
Well, maybe if you had compared me to your daughter. Listen, I'll take care of the rest. You stay here and I'll be back when it's over.
You'll be okay by yourself.
Hey, no problem. Besides, my dad's not around anymore, so only I can do this. What are you doing?
Maybe killing you here is the only way to end this nightmare.
Yeah, you might be right.
He didn't do it though. He didn't pull the trigger. If I go up to him, is he gonna do it? Is he gonna shoot me?
What is it?
I just came by to make sure you were still alive.
Sorry. I'd come with you if I wasn't hurt.
Yeah, well, I guess that's the problem with older guys, huh?
Oh, guy. Calling him
I'll handle
old.
things. You just rest.
The cutscenes are so bright. Or if they turned up the brightness, maybe I should turn it down again.
Don't die on me, okay?
So caring. So caring now, Cheryl. Is there a save point here? Would be pretty nice if there was one. Doesn't seem like it. Oh, well, who needs save points? Let's just go defeat this god, no big deal. What about the fortune house? It opens. Save point. Think. Symbol usually looks unnatural and weird, but here it sort of seems to fit. So that makes me feel creepy though, like someone peeking into my brain. Fortune teller. Alright, okay. I'm gonna go run to the bathroom really quick before we advance any further, because I have an odd suspicion that a boss fight is about to happen. So I'll be up really quick. We'll see. Are they giving out more penguin lore? Either way, be back. I'm back. Oh, and they're not giving out penguin lore. Oh, well. No penguin law for us this time. Got a doll head. You making a doll or something? I got the shoe too. It'd be cute enough on a normal doll, but just a hat. Downright creepy. There's a silver cup and a candlestick on the table. It looks like it has some meaning, but I really don't know what that is right now. What the hell are we now? What kind of reaction is this? It's a Cinderella doll. Oh. Oh, and that's the gnomes. Snow White doll. Photos on the ground. What's this? These photos of those dolls? Cinderella on the left and Snow White on the right, but something wrong. Cinderella on the left. Yeah, have your shoe. The right shoe is in the realist's feet. What does she want? An apple? I have this. The doll head and Snow White's head. And is that it? Is that actually correct? Yes, it was. Where's that dinosaur? This is a dragon that guards the treasure chest. It's just a prop, not scary at all. Oh, the dragon. Close enough to a dinosaur. Oh god. A med back. Oh god. It's about to go down. Is that a corpse? Doesn't look like it's part of the bush. Here we go. Blood. So much blood. Yay, ride. People happy. Carousel ride. There's a memo pinned on the horse side with a huge nail. When 13 turns count full, you will die from that curse. If you wish to escape, there is but one way out. To kill before you are killed, you will be saved by the 12th death. Why, I have to kill 12 things? Is that what you're telling me? Is that what you're saying to me? I have to kill 13 or 12 horses? Oh, goddamn. The horse is moving. I didn't read all that. I accidentally skipped it. I gotta keep stuff. Gotta stop tapping X like a madman. I just missed all that. Any last words, horsey? I wonder if I can just smack them. This will be the 4th one. Six. 7. 8. Did I get this one? No, we did. The carousel where we killed Sybil was bad, man. Wait, why did that one make a different sound? Hold on a second. Oh, it stopped moving? Did it die? Oh. Oh, we have to kill them, not just smack them. Oh, this is gonna take a little bit. Oh, didn't actually think that would hurt me. Before this is completely wrong and it's just gonna insta-kill me. We'll see. I thought it seems like this might be it though. Samurai Cheryl. This is the last one. I did it. I killed all the horses. Oh, I guess... No, that was it. Yeah, because now this one was moving too. Unless this is a dev screen. Okay, no, that seems to have been it. Satan? Is that you? It's evil, Cheryl. What? The one from the mirror earlier. Hold on a second. I gotta lower the volume again. Evil Cheryl looks cool. I'll cover them up. Maybe we can offer her some beef jerky. Stay back. Ow. Is that hurting her? Oh, it looks like she's blocking it with the knife. How the fuck? How about you deflecting shotgun shells with your knife, ma'am? Hold on, I want to try something. Can we stun gun her? No. Apparently the knife also blocks that. So it would seem, at least. So it would seem. What is this? Do we gotta do this hand-to-hand combat? We gotta bust up my katana? What are you doing? I'm over here, miss. I think she's a bit confused. What are you doing? Okay, now that's just hacking. You can't knock me on the floor like that. Okay, yeah. I think we are supposed to shoot at her before she attacks us. Wrecked. Wait, there's another one? Oh wait, this one has a gun. Was that me? Oh. We're loading. I don't think we don't have that much shotgun ammo left. I only have one. You know what? We'll save that. Equip. I don't. What is that? What does that mean? Equipping handgun ammo. Correct. She tried copying us with the handgun. Now she has the pipe that we also have. Oh, does that mean she's gonna get the shotgun at some point? Oh god. She's kind of stuck again. Over here, miss. Miss, you're running away from me. Up. I forget I can't open the inventory while aiming. What is she doing now? She's confused again. You got any more? Did it just say what? What was that? Nope. Oh, it has the Boosie now. Oh my god. She does not care about getting stacked and shooting her. Oh, well, that goes that. Guess I'll use my SMG now. Yeah, it's the spinny room against evil Cheryl. Right. She's confused again. Oh, really? Was it behind the holes? Nope. Protect me, horsey. I only have 18 bullets left in it. Yeah, whatever. We should juice it up. couldn't run fast enough. Ow. How many bullets did I have left? 6 bullets. Okay. More than enough. You just need to hit her then. Cheryl? Oh. Oh. That was something happened. It was me accidentally opening the inventory. I'm out. All we have left is the shotgun now. In terms of guns. That's probably one more, right? Where she's got a shotgun. Oh god. Oh no, was that the last one? Pork. I hope so, because I'm running low on items. Oh. What now? It would be better for myself to die. After all, it's nothing to be afraid of. That child, that demon, when I think of the endless pain it'll bring when it is birthed, I decided that, instead of the suffering and cruelty I endured in that sick room, that I would like to bestow a more gentle and peaceful death on myself. Why do I resist? I never thought of myself as such a fool. Alessa. Guess it's kind of strange for me to call you that, since you are me. But you know what? You and I don't think alike after all. And it's not that I don't remember that sick room either. Oh, the same thing. Alessa. Oh, what a fun carousel, right? I'm out of here. I'm going home. Hopefully. Leech. Yes, is that me? Is that my new name? Oh no, you're just spelling the chunk. Well, the chunking. Stained by the evils of the world, we hold our sorrows within us. Only you can heal us these wounds. Each morning, afternoon, evening, and night, we call out your name and pray for the day of the miraculous descent. The miraculous descent of the almighty LeChunk. Almighty holy LeChunk. Give to you unreservedly my body and my eternal soul. Whatever darkness may befall me, I will endure with you beside me. LeChunk. As proof of your miraculous power, guide our obedient and willing souls to the road of paradise. O Lord, we will not give in to the power of temptation as long as we have you in our hearts. O Lord, save us with your compassion. O Lord, shower us with your blessings. O Lord, favor us with your abundance. Why is that cell here? What? Exactly. Yes, our Lord LeChunk. The almighty LeChunk. Something written on the door. This door is the gate which leads to the road to paradise. Embrace the blossom of the Holy Mother. Admit your sins and be forgiven. Eternal tranquility can be yours. Proceeds to enter anyways. Oh, that's a Busum and a Blossom, really? Well.
How did you get here?
I opened the door.
It was Vincent, wasn't it? He led you here. When will he cease his meddling? But it's just as well. Luring you here also serves my purposes.
Checkmate.
Not yet. The time is not yet at hand. The time when all will be forgiven their sins. When the paradise we have long dreamed for will arrive. After the judgment and atonement, an eternity of bliss. Oh, Alessa, the world you wanted is nearly here.
That's not what I want.
Not you. Alessa, your true self.
But I am Alessa. My little Claudia, my dear sweet sister.
Alessa, is it you? Oh, how I've missed you.
I don't need another world. It's fine the way it is.
But you said it yourself. The world must first be cleansed with fire.
But that's not what I want now.
Alessa, don't you want happiness? Have you become blind to all the hopeless suffering in the world? We all need God's salvation.
Listen, suffering is a fact of life. Either you learn how to deal with that or you go under. You can stay in your own little dream world, but you can't keep hurting other people. Besides, I'll never forgive you for hurting my father.
I wish only for the salvation of mankind. But for that to happen, the world must first be remade. And for that, we need God.
You self-righteous witch! No one asked you to help!
God is growing within you. You despise me, don't you?
You're damned right I do!
That's good.
Poor Cheryl. Worst time to have a tummy ache. It was bad, man. Looks like a Karen. The evil witch. What a cool cutscene, though. Cheryl jabasting the evil witch into thinking that she's Alessa. I'm gonna click it again. Yeah, Eye of Night Tarot card. Somehow I remember this stained glass. It was the god and the man and woman who birthed her. I used to come to this chapel all the time when I was a little girl. I came to worship God and to ask for my prayers to be answered. It wasn't exactly me, it was actually Alessa when she was a little girl. Anyway, none of my prayers were ever answered. Damn. Candles in the chapel. Is this a real tarot card though? Why do I still have perfume on me? I think I can do with the organ. I don't know how to play anyway. Any last words, witch? Yeah, I should have just shot her right there. Got the witch. The kid drawing. That's the map? What a cool map. Actual kid drawings. Oh, this is the confession stand. Confession box. You ready to confess, chat? Ready to confess to Sister Cheryl? These are the cold scriptures. They don't look worth reading.
Dear God, please forgive me. I know I'll be put to death for the sins I've committed. And I'll go to my death gladly and with a peaceful heart. But please, grant me just a small piece of your everlasting mercy. Let me see my child once within your golden gates. Deliver me not to hell, but to purgatory. Allow me to atone for my sins there. I'll stand within the very flames of redemption, no matter how they burn me. Forgive me for my wicked act of revenge. And deliver the soul of my poor murdered daughter. Please, also care for the soul of the girl whose life I have taken. God, I am a child, trembling with fear as I stare at death. Soothe my tortured soul with your infinite mercy. Please, forgive me.
What will you do? Say I forgive you. Don't say anything. I forgive you.
I forgive you.
Thank you, Lord.
What was that? Who did we just forgive? Hopefully it wasn't the evil witch. Nothing more to be said. I have the feeling that there's someone on the other side of the door. The door shut tight and they can't open it no matter how hard they try. It's locked. Oh, it's actually just locked? I thought that was like a combination or something. Who's this? Someone's sleeping. Oh, come the fuck on. I don't got ammunition to deal with any more creatures. Wait, wait, is this a person? Not quite, maybe, but I don't feel like putting back the sheets to see. Is that a code on the wall? Why is there numbers on the wall? What the hell? There is numbers on the wall. Oh. Oh. There's two of you, huh? Oh, thank God it opens. Who's crying now? Picture, especially have an angel flying into the heavens. Nothing special. A wheelchair here. Just a plain old wheelchair. Oh wait, is it the painting that's crying? God damn. You know, Steve is just eating carrots over here. Oh my god, massive save point. Belfry. Belfry. Saint Alessa. Mother of God. Daughter of God. Picture. That's me. I'm holding the baby. And I'm the baby being held. The me that wanted death and disappeared with God 17 years ago. Wanted death? He's in the chat room right now, Mr. Death. And the me here now that sought life. You heard you? Yeah. The painting mentioned you. Oh, she's not saying it again. The Alessa in the picture was seeking death. What it said. Saint Jennifer, unwavering faith on the Death's Blade. Death's Blade? Oh shit. Exactly, he's right here. Just going to the LeoXDrb stream. He's right here in the chat room. You have a blade? Yeah, I didn't know that either. I thought you only had a scythe. I guess you got a blade too. Saint Nicholas, miraculously hands a doctor of God. Or maybe they mean the blade on the scythe. I had my scythe with me. I don't remember having a blade. Yeah, I've never heard about Death having a blade either. Only scythe. But I guess maybe they mean the blade on the scythe. Excuse me, big guy. That angle though. A nice angle. something useful. Cassette tape. What am I gonna do with a cassette tape? There are a bunch of papers in this file. Get the feeling that it's handwritten. It's a handwritten copy of some book. Represents the deity known as the halo of the sun. In heraldry, it symbolizes a religious group. 2 outer circles, a charity, and resurrection. 3 inner circles are present, past, and future. Usually drawn in red, occasionally drawn in black or the colors. But blue reserves a meaning unto a curse on God and is therefore forbidden. Blue? We've never seen it be blue. Wait, there's another door there? Oh, yeah, that's the one that's fucked. What's up, big guy? Ow. Hold on, can I use my stun gun on this abomination? That's a no. Oh, there's a cassette player right here. Something's ready to start on the bed. Jeez. Bullet. Hey, another unique death scene. Guy sounds like a horse. Well, I'll go interact with these just again, in case. Well, it would seem the stun gun didn't really work. Hmm. Excuse me. Really speed read through all of this. Again. Oh, sorry. I accidentally slapped the mic. I really want to read what it says when I pick up the thing. Interact with the whiteboard, but let's go back and save really quick. That's nice of them to put 2 save points here, like really. Really fairly close to each other. I didn't miss anything in here. Interact with the paintings. 6 of faith. So God hasn't been lost. We must offer our prayers and not forget our faith. We wait and hope for the day when the path to paradise will be opened. All creation. God created beings to lead people in obedience to her. The real God. Whatever that says. Uchilbaura. The yellow God. Lopso with many gods and angels. Finally God sent out to create paradise, where people would be happy just by being there. Five promise. But that God's strength ran out, and she collapsed. All the world's people grieved this unfortunate event. Yet God betrayed her last, returned to the dust, promising to come again. We're reading all this backwards. We started from the end. Beginning is on the other side. Oops. This should be number 1, I think. Oh, no, number 3. Salvation. God made time and divided it into day and night. God outlined the road to salvation and gave people joy, and God took endless time away from the people. To birth. Man offered a serpent to the sun and prayed for salvation. Woman offered a reed to the sun and asked for joy, feeling pity for the sadness that had overrun the earth. God was born from those two people. This is number 1 then. One, origin. In the beginning, people had nothing. Their bodies ached, and their hearts held nothing but hatred. Fought endlessly, but death never came. They despaired, stuck in the eternal quagmire. Do these dolls work too? I kinda doubt it. That's why I need to be. We should go back to Emus Park. Oh. What about this doll then? No. Let me just save just in case again. In case we die and, well yeah, I don't want to click on all the paintings again. They never called for Mr. Death. They never phoned him. Maybe they didn't have Mr. Death's phone number. Let's see if the katana's any good on this creature in here. know my phone number. It's 911. Well, you heard it here, folks. You heard it here first, folks. You ever want to get in touch with Mr. Death? 911 it is. Jesus, this katana is horrible against this guy. Oh my god, that took so many fucking slices. I was hoping it would do like a lot of damage, but it seemed like it barely did any. Something was written here, but it's too faint to read. The note's stuck in the board frame on anything either. Oh, I thought that was like a set player. Oh, it's not though. Nothing was written here, but there wasn't even any point in killing that guy. There was no point in it. There ain't nothing here. Phone deaf is here. Welcome back. It's the phone deaf. Damn. Wait. Alright, it is right here. There's no label, but in the tab, but tab's been removed. It might be worth checking out. How am I gonna play this? I don't have a cassette player. Or can I play it on the radio? No. Adjust volume. Examine. It's broken. You're gonna lay down. Time for the morning nap. Wait, did I pass a cassette player somewhere? I thought that I thought this was a cassette player right here, but no, it's ends. Whiteboard pens. Let Chong. Hey, you brought the Chong with you to the phone. Nice. Where in the world is there a cassette player? Oh, wait, that was that girl's cries and footsteps appear beyond it after all. But you moved the painting. Yes. Oh, there is a door. So there was someone crying here. It wasn't the painting. What the fuck was that? Hello? Where the fuck am I now? Wait, didn't we fight this guy early as like a boss? Oh god, don't fall off. Yeah, we did. That was like, I think that was the same one from the roof that killed Harry. These books look like real mind benders. I think I'll leave them alone for now. It's a book until Rod here. Arrow. That is based on the 22 Hebrews constants that is said to represent the entire world. Each card numbered 0 through 21 has a particular meaning. By reading these cards, fortune tellers predict the future. For example, the first card, the Magician, signifies creation, wisdom, beginnings, destruction, and fraud. Second card, the High Priest, denotes why can't I not say that word? Intuition. There you go. Intuition. Harmony, faith, or dogmatism, and arrogance. According to some texts, the god in a deck had more than 22 cards. The god in a deck does not exist today. It's mentioned only in the literature. It is said that these extra cards were based on the lost Hebrew vowels and denoted on an otherworldly, transcendental existence, i.e. God. God? Man, which one is it that I have? Eye of the Night. Never heard that one before. Is that God? Sheets of paper here, but it's blank. Moon. Oh? Who's this? Oh, it's just this guy.
Hiya, Heather.
Hiya.
Everywhere, don't you?
You make me sound like some kind of unwanted pest.
Well, who are you anyway?
Haven't you realized that yet?
Yeah, you're on Claudia's side.
I told you not to put me in the same category as that mad woman.
Well, you're pretty loony yourself.
It's true. We believe in the same God. But I'm quite sane.
So why did you help me out then? Was that also part of trying to resurrect God?
It's not uncommon for people to worship the same God and still disagree.
God? Are you sure you don't mean devil?
Whichever you like. The point is that now I really am on your side. I don't want God to be born. Wouldn't be convenient. Much too unpredictable.
So you've been using me to stop Claudia, is that it? Do your own dirty work.
My dirty work? I think we both had our own interests in mind. You hate her too, don't you? You're the only one who can get it done. I don't have powers like you two. Besides, I always hated getting all hot, sweaty.
What?
Oh, really?
I'm just looking out for myself. Everyone does it. Huh. Don't stand there looking so smug. You're the worst person in this room. You come here and enjoy spilling their blood. And listening to them cry out. You feel excited when you step on them and snuff out their lives.
He just said he was the sane one. That doesn't really sound like that.
Talking about the monsters?
Monsters? They look like monsters to you?
We've been
Don't
killing people
worry.
this whole time.
It's just a joke.
Really.
By the way, I forgot to ask you. Did you get the seal of Metatron?
What's that?
You don't have it? Leonard was carrying it.
You mean this thing?
Yes, that's it. As long as we have that, we're fine. Here, take this.
Alright, thanks for the book. This one personality is saying the other isn't. Yeah, and I think that one kind of showed a little bit there. Yeah, went a bit monker insane. Book, other world laws. Not supposed to be awake. Time to pretend you're sleeping. The good old pretend to be sleeping. I don't think it's an especially good card. The moment. Big old book I got from Vincent in the archives. Let's read it. Magic square with strong protective and dispelling properties is called the Vivram 8 crest. Or is that 7 or 8? Yeah, 7 crest. Or the seal of Metatron, not Megatron. It'll bring results regardless of whether the target is good or evil. Strength, therefore, places a very high burden on the caster, as it is also difficult to control it. It's not usually used. This is why it bears the name Metatron, after the angel Metatron, or Metatron, also known as the Agent of God. Agent of God? He had an agent for him? Working for him? Is that a cassette player in here by any chance? Silent Hill's Ancient Gods, a study of their homology and evolution. What a mouthful. Don't say. Satan? There's no religion that has remained unchanged from the moment it was founded. This one is no exception. When this religion fell into the hands of immigrants, it was deeply influenced by their own original Christian beliefs. For example, the traditional representative of these primal gods may be given the names and descriptions of Christian angels. Thus shared characteristics began to appear. There's also one rare example of the chief deity, creator of paradise, a lord of serpents, reeds, being dubbed with a demon's name. Of course, this was not done by believers, but by their opponents. Look inside the box, no useful item though. So, we got a tarot card from coming here. No cassette player, unfortunately. And a book. That too. Different manga you're reading. Is really good. What's that called? The fuck is a book gonna help me? What is a book and a tarot card gonna help me in this situation? Ow. Oh, there's an elevator here. Okay, never mind, there's more. I hit someone with the book and then we're gonna play some tarot cards. Can there be a learning curve? I mean... So is every fighting game. Every fighting game is a learning curve. We spent so long in the practice room in Mortal Kombat 11 just to figure out how to play Aaron Black properly. Poker died, anyone? Wanna play poker with tarot cards? Oh god, wait. That's not a good sign. Why is he giving me so much ammo? Yeah, I'll probably be fine, because I mean, I had a good time with that in Mortal Kombat, but... I mean, yeah, that's the thing with fighting games. They're so time-consuming if you just want to be, like, decent at it. With just one character at that, too. So time-consuming. So I don't really know when we'll have time to play it. I would like to play it, though, just for the story, at least. And then we'll see what we do from there. We can write the numbers on ourselves. The door's open inside. There's someone wrapped in a bag. Maybe... No, they're definitely dead. It was covered with what looks like lockers inside, or... Oh, never mind. This rotting stench throughout the place. Anyone can guess what's inside. I just want to puke from smelling it. Whatever she just said. All these bodies on the floor wrapped in plastic. What a nightmare. I'm just glad they don't seem about to get up anytime soon. Yeah, I had a fun time learning the characters in Mortal Kombat, but it's just... You just want to be decent at one character or multiple characters? It's... Man, it's so time consuming. You would never do such a sloppy job at killing. You would finish them in one hit. You'd finish them in one hit. Mr. Death is a professional. This is a poor impersonator. Peter should show it. Definitely will, because... Yeah, I can't really play the fighting games of that long on the PS5 without my hand hurting. Because of the controller. I used a special controller when we played Mortal Kombat on PS4, which helped being able to play for longer. But unfortunately, that controller is not available for the PS5 yet. What controller? It was kind of shaped like an old N64 controller. Much easier to hold in my hand and to use the D-pad with. You know, if you want to play fighting games, it's much better to use the D-pad than the analog stick. And yeah, it was just much easier for me to hold the controller and use the D-pad with that type of controller instead of the normal PS4. I have no idea what it's called, though. Oh, no, mine, it's right here. There you go, I'll just link it for you. It's a long ass link to a Danish website, but there you go. There's a musty diary on the bed. This writing, is this Dad's diary? Why would it be here? Sometimes I have this sense, even now, that that girl is a reincarnation of Alessa. I don't worry about it much now. That's all forgiven. You were unloved, Cheryl. What was that, Alessa? Now Cheryl's Alessa again. No matter whose reincarnation she may have been, that girl was my most beloved treasure. That name was a mistake. At the time I thought of her only as a replacement for my lost Cheryl. When she knows the truth, will she feel bad? That's what worries me. Thanks, Dad. So I was Alessa after all. But I do have just a trace of one more memory left. I haven't forgotten my sweet and gentle mother. Yeah, who was your mother? We don't really know much about her mother. No, I can't use the flashlight here. Nothing happens when I try and turn on the TV or the VCR. Oh, wait, this is yeah, the room from their apartment. I just realized. But yeah, the link is there in chat if you want to look at the controller. Mr. Junior. Oh no, look at a fucking set player. Ow, you fucking asshole. Oh my god, there is multiple of them. If that guy hit that, it would have been game over. Wait, why did I equip it? I meant to use it. I guess if you have it equipped, it just automatically uses it. Please be a cassette player in here. I want to listen to the tape. That's not a cassette player. Who the fuck? Get out of my way. Man ran up to me, bitch slapped me, and walked away. Oh shit, wait, this is the room from the first game. Right before you go and fight the final boss. Got a brass key. No, it wasn't me. Alessa read this a long time ago. That chapel altar. It wasn't that one beautiful chapel. It was some other altar somewhere else. Oh, and it's the notepad from the first game too that Harry used to save. Used as a safe spot. A memo book. Something's written inside. She's just beyond this door. I don't know how, but I can sense it. She's not the only one there. I sense the presence of something extremely dangerous. Even sickening. Maybe what they call God. Nevertheless, I will open the door. Enough of this idle chit-chat. God, I'm nut, but I fully intend to save her. No, them. Last entry was written some 70 years ago. Looks like Dad wrote this too. Yeah, you used this to save. There's some sort of landscape. Where's it from again? That doesn't matter. Playing cards on the floor. We used to play a lot. Remember little Claudia always had a hard time winning. It made her cry. Drawing block. This is my sketchbook from 17 years ago. On the front cover there's a picture of Dad. Really awful work. What's this doing here? That doesn't look like drawings. The door sure rattles, but it's stuck tight. A secret is hidden out of your sight. You may be thinking, what could it be? You need 5 magic cards if you want to see. What to do then with all these? I'll tell you straight, and I won't tease, just as long as you say please. Now the first thing you must know is that there's something in each row. That is not the half of it. 3 would be too hard to fit. The upside down man under the ground. To his right, to his left, there's no one around. Leave him alone though, his tears are profound. Moon is up above the sky, full of curry sand, floating high, twinkling in light sights like a crown, on the head of a crazy clown. Your Excellency, praying to God Most High, do you think you can tell me why you always look up at the night sky? Do you have it now? You didn't forget. No major point you must not omit. And now at the last, before you take a whack, here's one more hint to help keep you on track. Scary and hateful, that thing in the night. Better be careful. It's not on your right. Turn to the left, and you'll keep it in sight. If you open the door, I'm just sure that there'll be nothing beyond it but frightening peril. Forget about that. Just stay and play, or else I'll be left here alone all day. Jesus Christ. So I need 3 more of these? What it sounds like. Yeah. I never need to put them in properly. Those are jammed with books. Shop has books on religion, religious teachings, and textbooks. Serious stuff. The other shelves are full of fairy tale books like Oz and Alice. Here's Mother Goose and Cinderella. I used to love these. Oh my god, it's her dress. Alessa's dress. This is a closet. This is meaningless to me. I don't have time to wax nostalgic over these old clothes. My clothes from when I was 7. They don't fit me now. Good thing too. Well, let me read it again. It's at 5, right? You may be thinking, what could it be? You need 5 cards, yeah. Oof, 5 cards? I only have 2. It run past the door, apparently. I have to find 3 more cards. What the hell have I not... Did I, like, overlook them? Unless it's room. What time is it? Just a little over 2? Okay. So there's a door on this side? It opens. Where are we now? Oh, it's the crying girl again. Oh wait, what? It's the spinning valve guy. And then there's two people hanging. What the? A pretty disturbing sight. Jesus. Pretty cool at the same time. There's another door too. I haven't gone for. Wait, there's a door here? There is. Oh, there's something. I saw the footprints in the ground. There a cassette player here? Another door. Oh, it's this room from the first game too. Something's stuck in this book. Hey, another tarot card. A fool. This book. I feel like I have to read it, but at the same time I don't want to. I feel like I have to read it, but at the same time I don't want to. Me with all the homework I got back in school. Like a lapartis? Red liquid or crystals resembling blood. According to the Kabbalah, the name is taken from an herb with the power to dispel evil spirits. It is said to grow in Arabian deserts. Maybe vaporized or applied as a apologize to gods against demons. Powerful, but as it is rare, it is extremely difficult to obtain. Okay. A lot of fucking shit written here. A handgun ammo. Looks like there's some kind of drug here. But that's just a name on the label. No description or anything. Too risky. Never mind. But you were gonna take it? 24 years ago, Dahlia used me to summon God. Dahlia Gillespie? Wait, that's her mom? Oh. God was in my womb, but I couldn't believe her. But I couldn't deliver her. Then I was shut up here in this hospital room. Stayed here until Dad helped me out when I was 14. God ate away at me from within, driving me mad with suffering. Yeah, it was. Wishing I could just die and be done with it. But I went on living that nightmare for 7 years. Looking at this bed just reminds me of those awful days. I don't want to remember them because I'm not Alyssa anymore. But Alyssa is still me, and I'm really not trying to deny it or anything. I just don't want to remember. Get me out of here. It's a picture of me when I was 7. Look bored and sad. Of course I do. I was always like that back then. Oh, Cheryl. There's a picture here, but it's not my style at all. Like a lion running around the room. Nice. We just need 2 more. 2 more cats. Now where in the world would they be? I still need to listen to this damn cassette tape. Can I run back and save? Or just were there enemies back there? Why is he here? See you. Are there enemies here? No, I think I'm good to run back and save here. Man, there was still a lot left compared to yesterday. Yesterday I thought we were near the end because we were at the amusement park, but no. I've still been playing for like 3 hours. Building on the floor here is Alyssa's. For some reason she always drew monsters like this when she was alone. Used to draw with Claudia too. Nice daddy and mommy and a fun school. Happy world where everyone smiled and laughed all day long. In short, everything we never had. Oh, that's what she commented on. I thought that was a fashion magazine over there, but no. Well, where could the last 2 be? I guess there is still a door over there that I haven't checked. If it even works. But there's no more floor. Jesus. Oh, wait, it's for the store over here. And then that's to the left or right. This way. Oh, of course it's left. Well... What was in over there? That was like Dad's room or something, wasn't it? There's a door here? Oh, what? Brother with the phone, it's not connected. I'm looking at the Asher, it's more like it's more than just a resemblance. Dad's not sleeping in the bed though. Making sure we didn't miss anything in here. I'm sure I know here. It's the same one Dad was reading. You know, tarot card in that in the book there. I'm like, ow. What did I get in here? Oh, I got shotgun ammo in here. Need 2 more. Oh, there is one here. Got the Hangman tarot card. Ah, I'm glad I came back here. Okay, well then we just need one more. Where could the last one be? I don't think it can be here. Unless it's in that room. With the 2 monsters. The giant room in the middle? I don't think so though. Personally, I don't think so. Let's see. How does it look up here? What was... Where's that room right there? What is the room on the right above the house? What was that again? Oh, the library here. Yeah, I've already got something from here. One, two, three, 4. Yeah, we just need one more. Ow. Where does this door go to? I forget. Where am I? Where am I? Oh, here we go. Did we get a tarot card from in here? I don't remember. Doesn't really look like there is one. It's just like a safe room. I feel like it probably has something to do with the cassette tape, but where the fuck where am I gonna find a cassette player? No. Wait, hold on, there's a door right there? Oh yeah, wait, but that one's locked, right? I have to go in here now. Otherwise, I'm gonna get wrecked. This is where I found the tape. What the fuck? What the fuck is happening back here now? I used the brass key. Oh, I forgot we got the key for that. Oh, good thing I came back here. I already forgotten about that key. Also, like, why the fuck did that room change in there? Oh, hey, big guy. Big guy? Thank you. We would have been so dead if that door wasn't open. Wait, is this the school? Oh my god, it is. Picture of a wolf. It looks like a dog, but it says wolf. And everything's so... There's a radio notebook on the podium. Oops, there's a letter stuck in there too. Let's see. There's a girl named Alessa in my class. If your memory is any good, you may remember her. She's the one I said they called Witch. Witch. Most likely her mother is abusing her. I've never seen her come in without some sort of scrape or bruise. Her expression is pitiful dark for a 6-year-old. Something like this may not be so common, rather than coming up with pointless ideas, it's best just to watch and wait. But isn't there something I can do to help? I'm considering consulting a lawyer, but I do have my reservations. That's why I thought I'd ask you, my friend. Your opinion first. K. Gordon. Who the fuck is K. Gordon? No, it's this from the first game too. Go home, drop dead, a thief. Used to be Alessa's. I mean, this was my desk once upon a time. Oh, they drew that on yours, I see. Don't bully her. Can't open the locker. Where in the 7th dimension am I now? Wait, what? Back inside the classroom? Oh, what? You know what? Let's chill in here really quick because I gotta go piss with all this water I've been drinking. Count on my headache, so. BRB really quick. I'm back. Still no penguin law, I see. Alright. Okay, so wait, hold on a second. So yeah, we opened that door, we didn't... Well, we opened the door that was locked that we got the brass key for. And... Well, now we have this classroom. Is there just some law that's in here? Seems like it. Let's go check out the other doors out here. It opens. This tape deck here, it looks pretty useful. Hey, we can finally play this fucking tape. Sweet. What are these letters? No, maybe a bunch of suggestions. People are starting to voice their dissatisfaction about Father Vincent. Using the organization's money for his own personal benefit. Father Vincent? He's a priest, this guy? I've also heard rumors about Father Vincent has been extorting donations for some followers. Is he really the right person for such a position? I have no place to deny all he's done to make the organization grow. Even though we believe in God, if there were some sort of gathering, shouldn't we be valued not for our limited talents or talkativeness, but for the depths of our faith? LS. What the hell is LS now? Matt back. Let's finally play this tape.
Do you know about what happened here 17 years ago? You've been here a long time. You must have heard some details.
A group of pagans, blinded by earthly desires, spit in the very face of God. They tried to use the seal of Metatron to prevent God's awakening. But God drove the unbelievers away and threw them into the abyss. But due to their wickedness, God was unable to be born properly. And so, she has slumbered ever since, in the womb of the Holy Mother, until the time of the awakening. That's all that I know.
That's it, huh? Well, thanks.
Father Vincent, I heard that the Holy Mother has been found. Is it true?
Alessa has been found? Did Claudia say that?
Yes.
Then it must be true. Her sight rarely fails her.
Bless the Lord.
Maybe it's because of her great faith. But I could never be like her. I wouldn't want to.
Nor I. The truth is, Sister Claudia frightens me a little.
Well, now, let's both show our faith by forgetting about this little talk, okay?
Yes, but does that mean this land will finally be the home of eternal paradise?
If God wills it, my sister. If God wills it.
That was Vincent, the mother follower. But no, it works. Interesting. I still have the tape. Is it just so we can listen to it again?
Do you know about about what happened here 17
Yeah,
years
it is. Yeah, that was that type of controller. That one specifically. Yeah, because that one, it was just a whole lot more comfortable for me to use when playing fighting games, because it was easier to use the D-pad and easier to hold and easy for me, yeah, to just use in general when playing fighting games. But unfortunately, I don't think they've made one like that for the 5 yet, so I'm gonna struggle a little bit. It's not gonna feel comfortable playing fighting games for that long on the PS5. Yeah, but the SIG just in general, I see. I've only ever tried that one. I haven't tried any of the other controllers. Oh, hey, you guys. What the fuck am I? Wait, is there a door in here? No, there's absolutely nothing except death. Do you have any of those controllers? Those horror controllers? Oh, it's the last one they need. Name Claudia Wolf is written very small on the cover. It's like this is her diary. You don't know what happened to it. Was it just like a normal controller or a special one like that one? November 10th. She didn't die then. She was born. I knew that for a fact. But then why haven't I found her yet? She's supposed to need her power to build paradise for the happiness of the people. She's supposed to be reborn for that. I'd really like to see her. November 14th. Read the Book of Praise. I want to thank Father for lending me such an invaluable book. Found what I've been searching for in there. How to awaken God. It was much too cruel. Will I be able to pull it off when I see her? November 16th. My birthday. Pog. I was free all day, so I read A Modern History of Refugees and Young Slaves, Child Exploration. Exploitation? I don't want to be a mere bystander in this world. I can't do anything now, though, and that's hard. And that's what's hard. I think that's tough. But, well, there's no birthday count on the desk. She was still hanging onto this. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday. The IE7 happy birthday song starts playing. The little Claudia, happy 6th birthday. I love you as if you were my real sister. Here's to you. Aww. High Priestess. We got all the cards. Time to get the fuck out of here. Oof. I guess I'll run back and save first. Gonna have to run through quite a few monsters. Happy birthday, happy birthday. But no, you're wrong. It's not my birthday. Oh, you piece of shit. I thought you weren't gonna hit me because you were stuck in the wall. There's blood everywhere now. Alessa's room. Happy birthday. it just saved. I'll have the tape. And all these fucking Shakespeare books I've been carrying on me since the beginning. I'm 100% certain we're past that point. But like that certain Shakespeare puzzle, which I'm guessing is on hard mode or something. Is that like that Shakespeare puzzle? Is that instead of this? Like a normal difficulty, you have to look at the side here. Is the hard version this Shakespeare thing? Well, time to literally run through hell. Live without dying. All the fucking chaos, and then as soon as you interact with the door, it's just nope, peace and quiet. So I want to go left. Yeah. We just want to hit straight and then take the elevator. Oh my god, this place is also corrupted. Corrupted with blood now. Oh, there you go. Okay, I can't see the dog with all the blood. And what do we do here? Ah, okay. Oh, God. Holy fuck. I like how that mosquito flew down with me. That looking thing we just saved. Man, that... It's like 3 enemies. There's the guy, and then there's like two flying mosquitoes of hell. Jesus. Holy shit. That room is so fucking red. Excuse me. Personal space. I mean, I think we have a lot of shotgun ammo, so I guess I could shoot the guy. Just like kind of stagger him a little bit. Here we go. This was so dry. Doesn't really help the situation either. Ow. Wait, where are we going here? Oh, just around the corner. Alright, health seems pretty good. Let's make a save and then perhaps might be time for the final puzzle of the game. So what do we have again? We have a pie priestess, a hanged man, a moon, a fool, an eye of the night. All these cats are straight just as long as you say please. No, is that sometime? Now, the first thing you must know is that there's something in each row. Okay. Should I take pictures of this? I probably should. Like we've been doing with all the other ones. Oh fuck, where's my phone? There we go. God. Let's turn up the brightness of my phone so I can actually see. Is there something in each row? But that is not the half of it. 3 would be too hard to fit. The upside down man under the ground. To his right, to his left, there's no one around. Leave him alone, for his tears are profound. The moon is up above the sky, full a crescent, floating high, twinkling light sits like a crown on the head of a crazy clown. Excellently pray to God Most High. Do you think you can tell me why you always look up at the night sky? Do you have it now? You didn't forget. One major point you must not admit. Now at the last, while you take a whack, here's one more hint. Keep you on track. I don't think this has anything to do with the thing on the wall. You're hateful of that thing in the night, but be careful. It's not on your right. Turn to the left and you'll keep in sight. So open the door. I'm just here. From beyond. Okay. Let's see here. Oh my god. Hold on. Need to open the gallery here to see the pictures we just took. Upside down. The moon, your excellency. Okay. Got them all. Sweet. Let's have a look at this. It's locked. Yeah. The first thing we know is that there is something in each row. Okay, but that's not the half of it. 3 would be too hard to fit. The upside down man under the ground. Upside down man under the ground. The hanged man. It is. Even though he stays profound, the upside down man under the ground. Okay, I'm guessing that has to be in the middle. At the bottom here. Oh, you can just do it like this? Oh, sweet. They made this so much nicer to do. So you don't have to open the inventory every single time. Okay. Let's see, what else is it? The moon is up. It's up above the sky for the crescent floating high, twinkling light. Light sits like a crown on the head of a crazy clown. On the head of a crazy clown. That's probably a hint to the fool, where the fool would be. I like that. That the moon would be above the fool. Actually, praying to God Most High, do you think you can tell me why you always look up at the night sky? Oh, okay. Well, where's the moon? A fool? And then I'm guessing it's like this. No? Or do they have to be switched around, maybe? They might have to be switched around. Yeah, we put the moon here then. And also Mr. Gov with the raid. Appreciate the raid, Gov, man. Let go Ninjago go. There you go. That wasn't that hard. Wasn't that hard of a puzzle. I guess the hard part is just remembering the text, but you know, we took pictures of it. Save again. Yo, you already finished your first Lego game. Park. Man's on the roll. What's next on the menu? Yeah, we got a pretty good chunk. Pretty good chunk of ammo now. Yeah, let's go. What the hell? It's so creepy and eerie. I see in a bit, Mr. Gov. Time to fight Satan. Run into this once and for all.
What do I want? Well, for the two of you to die, that would be nice.
Whoa.
Then I could relax.
When did you stop believing in God? God lives. Just look around you.
But I do believe in her. In my own way.
Ooh, fine. Alright, what the
I
fuck?
adore her.
Messed up, you can't say
I
that.
haven't lost my mind like you. You think that this is the work of God? Isn't this all nothing more than your own personal nightmare?
It's
Just
one
like
twisted
Lessa
god in
17
that
years
case.
ago? If this really is the work of God, then I'd say she has lousy taste.
You mock God?
And she took that personal.
Traitor. You will go to hell.
Not that again! Who do you think you are, claiming to know God's will?
Go home, Vincent.
Home. This church is my home. I built it with my power. The power of money that you view with such scorn. Although I admit that this atrocious scenery is all yours.
way.
Did you kill me? Well,
Hi, guys.
well, the guest of honor has arrived. Let's get this party started. Heather, go ahead and kill this crazy bitch. This demon
Whoa,
who
what?
claims to speak for God.
B
The time has
word.
come. You can kill her now.
You'll go to hell!
Wrecked.
What did you do?
Nothing important.
You're not going to run? I guess this is the end.
No, the beginning. As Vincent said, the time has come. Alessa, I'm saddened that you didn't agree to this on your own. But I thank you for nurturing God with all the hate in your heart. It's time for mankind to be released from the shackles of sin which bind them.
But a God born from hatred can never create a perfect paradise.
Happy people can be so cruel. Is it so hard to believe that sympathy could be born out of pain and suffering? Why do you reject God's mercy? Why do you cling to this corrupt world? You know that only God can save us.
And save you too? Happy ending? I'd rather go to hell.
No, I don't expect to be saved. And that's fine. Alessa, my dearest. For the pain that I've caused you, I deserve no mercy. Even if it was to save mankind. It was too deep a sin. It was hubris for me to try to hasten the day of her arrival. Sacrifices were made. And those are my sins.
If you feel so guilty about it, why don't you go to hell? Heather, use the seal.
Vincent? The seal of Metatron?
Now your stupid dream is over.
Oh, that's just a piece of junk. What do you think you can do with that? Do you really think it can kill God? I'm sorry to see you fell for my father's foolishness.
What?
You're pathetic.
Wrecked. Executed.
But God loves even you. Now, Alessa, there's nowhere else to run.
No, another tummy ache. Not again.
Just accept it, Alessa. The pain will disappear. I've been waiting so long for this. Even as
No,
a
not
child,
the voices.
I
No.
could see the coming of this day. I knew I would be a witness to it. Judgment Day! Alessa?
Shut your stinking mouth, bitch!
Whoa! Yeah, you tell her, Cheryl. That's close enough to what the gov said. Let me heal just in case. Game over. Nope, I guess it's game over for me. I should have used the seal. I couldn't resist. Oh no, that's just the game over. Oh, wow, that's cool. If you shoot it, yes, you do have to use the seal. I couldn't resist though. Oh, good thing I just saved. Wonder how many people did that. The first time they played. Here we go. Photos are here. That's funny. She killed someone and then just like, oh, time to pray. Time to say a prayer. It literally just stabbed a man in the heart. Time to say a little prayer. And I'm sorry I shot you in the other timeline. Here you go. Oh, okay, no, never mind. Do you have to put it in the thing behind you? Vincent's dead. I hated him too, but it doesn't mean this makes me happy. I couldn't have stopped Claudia. Claudia. Murdered someone? Praying calmly. What the hell is that, Mr. Anda? There's a hole in the floor. I don't care about that right now. Ah! It's just a cat here. There's a cat down in the hole. Well, is that door? No. I think it took too long. No, not the tummy ache, not again. I wanted to look around. Meow. Tummy ache. No, not Tommy. Not the name. Stomach ache. That's what I mean. To Tommy, he's not aching. Oh wow, I didn't even notice that giant bloody fan. Yeah, poor Tommy. Wait, so what do I do then if I don't point the thing on her? Do I use it on him? What do I use this on? What? Where do I use the thing? What indeed? What am I supposed? What are we doing? Oh, we're in the chapel again. It's just a bloody version. She's gonna die again. Hi, yeah, look how she's just standing there. Oh, is it? Oh, wait, is it my amulet? My pendant? Oh, it's my pendant. I see. Madness.
What are you doing?
I mean, the lady Claudia, she's just posh champing us the whole time. Wait, did she eat it? What the hell? Wait, was that also the wrong solution? The same thing's happening. Except she's puking now.
Alessa, what have you done? What did you swallow?
Jesus. Oh wait, that's the child. That's God right there. She vomited up the child.
What is this?
Jesus. That feels gross, man.
Looks like God didn't make it.
Stop! God is...
Claudia!
Wait, she's eating it now? Oh my god, what is happening? Not even Cheryl wants to see it. Gee, what the fuck?
Alessa, you can't kill God. I will birth God. If you can't do it, Alessa, I will.
Claudia!
Wait, where's the dead guy in the middle? Don't eat other people's puke. You're noted down. Let this be a lesson, people. Don't eat other people's puke. That game's getting really crazy now. A casual Saturday night. What the fuck? Did Satan get her? What happened? Bigfoot. Has to be Bigfoot. It's Bigfoot. There's no other solution. There's no other explanation for this. It was Bigfoot. 100%. Nope. The true Silent Hill law. It was Bigfoot all along. It was just Bigfoot messing around. Oh my god, why would you jump down there? Oh, I guess we're gonna meet Bigfoot. Oh, it's this scene from the intro. Now, what in the world is happening?
You can't be dead. I was gonna kill you.
Solid reasoning. You can't be dead. I was going to kill you. Does weapons? Does the submachine gun work against God? Or do I have to use this? Exactly. You can't die. How am I supposed to murder you? Yeah. And SMG works against God? Let's go. Ow. Wait, what is it doing? Wait, what are you... She's shooting the dead corpse! Cheryl, what are you doing? Aim at the giant thing in front of you. Oh, I think I get it. We have to shoot her when she's eating the corpse? That is so strange. You're just lighting the dead corpse on fire. You gotta make sure it's dead, I guess. You just blasted half the clip. And on that dead corpse. Oh, okay. They were nice enough to put the checkpoint after all that up in the church. So what are you doing? Are you gonna eat it? What's happening? Jesus. What are we doing? Let's try the SMG again. Now that we kind of know what we're doing. Wait, is it eating something? What is happening? It's eating something on the wall. I don't think that's hitting. Oh, shit. I only got 14 more bullets. I hope it's not a healing. Oh wait, when it's eating that thing behind it, I hope that doesn't mean it's healing. Otherwise we're gonna be here all night. Yeah, you see that? He's like, he keeps eating the wall behind him. I think the pistol's a million times better. Exactly. We just gotta go full with Steven gun. Oh. That's my Steven chat. Hey, that'd be really nice right about it now. Calling a jet in hell. Save the day. That'd save us all the time. I mean, I'm seeing blood, so I'm assuming I'm doing damage, right? I don't have to like run up to it and do something. I'm scared we're gonna run out of ammo. I have one bullet! Ah, yes, of course. The golden gun. Oh, never mind. The shotgun just doesn't do it. Stop eating! Wait, what the fuck? I think we're doing something right, because it's doing the fire thing twice now. So I think we're doing it right. I think it might have been close to death. It's just we don't have a lot of ammo. I think I got a strat that we can try. Give me my handgun. Is there enough time for this? Okay, I can only shoot it once. Okay. So see, that's the strat right there. We get it down with the pistol, then we bust out the shotgun and shoot it when it's down. Right, so it's 2 bullets to get it down. Okay. And then one of these. There we go. think that's much better to do it like that. Ah! I didn't equip pistol. Oh my god, I tapped it. I spammed it 3 times. Really missed? How did you miss that first one? Come on now. If only this was Resident Evil right now. Could have finished this off already with the rocket launcher. I got too close. Are you serious? Did none of that really hit it? What if we just blasted with this? Okay, we can't really do that because we can't just blast it with that. Because I don't know when the fire's gonna show up then. How much beef jerky do we have? We're running around with 27 pieces of beef jerky on us. What the hell? That was the last bit. That's more shotgun rounds. Wait, what? I only did it once there. I'm running out of ammo here, please. Please soon be dead. Oh, there goes the shotgun. Oh my god, when is it dead? Either we're doing something wrong and we have to use the symbol, or it's just really tanky. I mean, surely, right? Surely sure they'll be dead. How much pistol ammo do I have left? 2 bullets. Okay. Wait, no, don't equip the handgun ammo. Reload. Oh no. How is it not dead? I'm all out of ammo now. Ain't no way. What the fuck? That is insane. How tanky is this boss? Holy beginner mode has been added to actually. It's going to be applied however you. Wait, what is it? What? Wait, what just happened? Did it just unlock easy mode for me? Is that what it just said? Is that what it was telling me? What? But what the? Like, actually. This boss is so tanky. Like, holy shit, I used all my ammo. In, like, the most efficient way possible. And it still wasn't enough. And yeah, I don't have to use the seal here. I thought we might have had to. Yeah, you just gotta shoot it. Yeah, it's really fucking tanky. Jesus. That is insane. Oh, fuck. I already wasted shotgun ammo. Nice. Thought I had the pistol equipped. Yeah, I mean, I guess we're just gonna do what we did before. And then hope it dies this time. You know, it would also help if Cheryl could hit. That would also kind of help with the ammo efficiency. Yeah, because if we shoot it too close, it just maxes like that. Gotta keep our distance. No, I didn't mean to use that twice. Oops. Misclick. Can she hit it from here? Yeah, okay. I think it's better if I hit it from the front. Otherwise it don't. I think the shotgun does max amount of damage. Yeah, like we are making progress because now she's shooting at 2 fires. That's just, she has a lot of health, that's all. It's just the division boss. So much menuing. The wrong way. We might have been able to do it this time if I didn't accidentally double click the healing in the beginning. Oh. Oh no, please don't smack me. Please don't smack me. Thank you. Oh, I ran into that one. Jesus. So much health. Oh, and then you miss. Well played, Cheryl. I didn't equip it. Ow. Luckily, we're not dead. One more hit and we're out, though. Oh my god. How is it not dead? I'm starting to think I don't have enough ammo for this. This is insane. How many bullets do I have? I have 0. Jesus. I mean, I have the stun gun. All we got left now. Oh, right into that. Holy fuck. We literally gotta make every bullet count. God damn. No, let's not waste the shotgun at the beginning. You know, since we're here, let's just try something stupid. Let's try something stupid, like the stun gun. Stun gun, not effective. Not effective of 1 You gotta make those count, Cheryl. Yeah. Yeah, and if I shoot it again, it doesn't hit. Why is it always the first like, 2 shots we don't hit? Oh, wait, why are you doing it from that side? Oh, now you're doing it from that side. Jesus. Make up your mind. How does that not hit it? Strange. I don't have to like shoot her from the side or anything right now, because she's like aiming for the head. Yeah, the head is we have to shoot. Let's do that over because we fucked up in the beginning. She missed like 2 shots. Man. No, I keep saying it, but holy shit, it is insane how tanky she is. How much health she has. Unless we're just not doing it the proper way or something. I don't know, I feel like this is the right way though. She's just, yeah. Has a whole lot of health. Oh, right now I'm just thinking, like, how the hell do speedrunners do this? How do they deal with this part? Maybe they just have a whole bunch of handgun ammo and just blast her. Who knows? Yeah, maybe. Probably what happens. I mean, I have never pressed the select button this many times in such a short amount of time. The select button has never been used this much before. She's not doing 2 fires just yet. What the fuck? Does that mean we haven't even done that much damage to her yet? Because I assume that was like a sign that you're doing something. Cheryl's exhausted. I know, girl, me too. It's a long boss fight. No time to be exhausted when you're fighting God. Why are you aiming to the left? Oh, whatever. Yeah, she's only doing 1 fire. What the hell? Now she's finally doing 2. What the? Did it take us that long just to get to the 2 fire phase? Ain't no way. How is that even possible? I feel like we hit everything. Almost. Except for like maybe 2 shots we didn't have. Well, there goes that. There goes the shutdown. Oh no, I think that fire's gonna hit me. Oh, no, my stepped out of the way. Ow. shots. Now all we've got is the pistol. That's 7 rounds. What if I do that and then not waste these last few rounds and then, yeah, run up and melee it? I mean, I guess we could do that. We can get 1 hit in with this and then have time to run away. Don't headbutt me like that. Come on now. I feel like it's really risky going up again. It's probably gonna hit me. Oh, no, huh? There you go, that would hit me. Please. I'm gonna go up and hit you with this more, and then please just die. Otherwise I'm about to lose hope. But she's not doing the fire thing. I don't understand. I don't get your attack moves. What's that? Jesus. Okay, we got 1 more shot at this. Actually, I don't even think we do. I don't have enough ammo. Bring it down again. Oh, no, I do. Yeah, we have 1 last attempt at this. Oh boy. Here goes. She doesn't move fast enough. Cheryl. Oh my god. What the hell, man? How does it have so much health? That is absolutely insane. Oh, what the fuck? Like, yeah. Are we doing something wrong? Alright, I guess I just don't have enough ammo. Like, yeah. Is there like a secret trick to this? Like, what? Is there a specific way you're supposed to do this? Other than just shooting it? Then I guess I just don't have enough ammo? Still though, that is so absurd how much ammo it takes. Holy fuck. Ugh. Yeah, I mean, if Mr. Junior is still here, how did you defeat this final boss? I'm assuming this is the final boss. But yeah. How did you beat it? Did you just have a lot of ammo for this? We did that. We did so well too. So we ran out of ammo. Like we barely got hit. And trying to melee this thing seems like a disaster. I don't have the map of this area. Oh, really? Man, yeah, I almost don't even know what to do. I'm at a loss. On what to do with this boss fight. I mean, I guess I could try and melee it. Though I don't think that it's really gonna do much of a difference. Unless melee just does more damage to her. I don't know. I don't know. I'm dazed and confused in this one. Ow. Is the katana better? I mean, I guess I could try and use the katana until we get a little health, and then after that, use the pistols. Yeah, I guess. Get up again. Stop eating. Thank you. Wait, how's the health? We can take one more hit, it's fine. Okay. So now we've done like a good chunk of damage with the katana. So now let's go back to the strap we've been using before. See now maybe if we have enough bullets. You weren't supposed to hit me. Oh well. Whoa, you weren't supposed to hit me. That's not part of the script. Why are you missing now? God damn it. I ran right into that. What's happening right now? Why is it still just eating? Oh my god. Wow. That still wasn't enough? Holy fuck. Even with the extra katana damage at the beginning, that still wasn't enough. That is absolutely insane.